Hello, people, and welcome back. We're finally going back to this project. Today is gonna be probably a pretty long one. We're gonna try to finish this whole project. We're This was the last time where we left off. We were trying to get our main flows into the arm, and already it's as soon as we're starting to flesh out things, we're starting to realize little mistakes that we're creating, and on this one the arm feels pretty large, and then as soon as we bring in the main flows, we start to realize that it looks pretty thin. So the more we put in details, the more we're gonna start to break it up and repair our mistakes. So today what we're gonna do is, first of all, we're gonna bring in some new concepts. We're gonna talk about how to break up our forms and how to bring in our details. So we're gonna talk about the concepts, and then we're gonna go in ZBrush and we're gonna finish up the arm to put in those aspects. So first of all, the breakups. So when we're creating our main flows, we're trying to make everything really, really clean so we can see that now our shadow shapes are pretty straight, they're really refined and really, really clean. And so we're gonna try to break things up in a nice way to have that fleshy feeling that is not too perfect but is pretty clean. Um, so if we go back to our famous pyramid of form and steps, we did the pose, we did the blocking, we did the first flows, um, and then we said the physical properties that are here was getting the overlaps and things like that. So this is still something that we're working on over time. And then we're left with the secondary flows and the detailing. So those are the top two steps of our pyramid. And so let's start with the secondary flows slash breakups. So when we take our form, let's look at some references for this. Let's say we take a let's say we take a form like this. Let's bring in the snipping tool. When we take our form, if we create our main flows, we're going to try to have something really clean where we can clearly define, like we said before, the flow of this form. So this is probably one big shape like this. Now, if we make it too clean, it's gonna start to look really flat, and then people are going to try to bring in the details to make it look less flat, but the detail is actually not the issue here. What we're missing is the little secondary shapes that we can see. So in that big shape, we can see that we have a bump over here. We have another one over here. We have another one over here. And we can see this through the breakup of the shadow. So if we look at our shadow shape, we can see how it's getting broken up in little steps. And in other places, maybe I'll find a reference after, but we can also see this in the highlights sometimes, how it gets broken up. So now the important thing about the breakups is that you don't want to destroy your form. So even if we have low forms that make your form more complex, we're still keeping the same idea of this main flow. And it's important to be conscious of how much you're breaking up that form so you don't lose the essence of what you're creating at first, but you're just making it more and more complex. It's not an easy step. You need to be really, really careful. Otherwise, you're just gonna destroy your shapes, and then you're gonna have to go back to recreate it and then break it up again. So in in those when I create those steps, I'm really careful. I take all my brushes and I put the intensity way lower. This way I won't destroy my shape just as much and I can bring in little forms that break it up. Let's take another example. Let's take this area right here and let's see how complex it is. Now, at a step like in the main flows, all of this would be like one smoothed shape. Maybe we would have like this bump right here and then this. Again, the way I'm noticing this bump is through the light and the shadow. So we have light shape over here and shadow shape over here. So this way I know that this is a bump that is going around this way. Um, and after that, I can see smaller changes of values over here. Clearly, we have another little bump over here, another one here, another one. So we have all of those little complexities that we have in our form, and it's important that it is a conscious decision to create those breakups, and it's not just an artifact created by our workflow. So a lot of the time, if we use the brushes in a way that is not too careful, or if we use subdivision levels, I'll need to look back if I talked about artifacts from subdivision levels. Maybe I'll have to explain that. But you can create a bunch of artifacts that make our form too messy, and if we really want to have that the control over our form, um, usually I would try to make it really clean and then break it up to make smaller and smaller forms. So let's see if we can find another example um, in a maybe a highlight shape. Let's say we take something like the leg over here, and let's look at the highlight. So if we look at the highlight shape, let's just circle it. This is the highlight shape that I'm seeing right now on the leg. So this means if we had like a pure cylinder, our highlight shape would be one long rectangle. Now, as soon as we're breaking it up, we're gonna get a distortion on our highlight shape. And again, just like our form hierarchy, you can get a hierarchy of breakup in this highlight. So if you have big forms on top of your cylinder, let's say like a like big bumps on the cylinder, your whole highlight is gonna start bending. Now, if we create little breakup, then maybe we're gonna get small shapes, small breakups in the highlight. And so this is what we're seeing right now. We have some large bumps that are creating some breakup, and then here we have smaller bump that is creating a breakup. So we have a lot of those small shapes, bigger shapes that are influencing how we see this highlight shape in the on the leg. So we know that it's not just one big shape here on the flow. Just from seeing that highlight, we know that there is more information, more little bumps on that main flow that is breaking it up. Now, how much we break up the form really depends on what we're creating. I think I showed some references on the previous uh, part where it was a female character. You almost have no breakup. It's really the breakups are really subtle. You know, you have areas like this that are really clean, um, but you always have little areas like a bone or something like this where you're gonna try to add a lot more breakup. Now, since we're doing an old character, of course you're gonna have way more breakup from the skin that is dragging down. You have just more information. It's a bit why I decided to create an old man instead of a young person. More details also, and so I think that's it for the breakups. I think we have a good base. That's what we're gonna start with when we go into ZBrush. We're gonna start to break up all of our forms to make it all nice. Okay, this is a pretty good example of how a simple shape can become really, really complex and actually hard to break down. So let's say we take this arm and I would try to recreate it entirely in ZBrush. I would start by simplifying those shapes down by making them really, really clean. So I would try to break them up in primary shapes, something like this. I see those three areas as being um, the primary shapes, three primary areas. And then inside those shapes, then you need to break it up. So let's say we take this main one. I can clearly see that we have a smaller area within that large area here and here. So again, it's the same thing as before, how you create the main flows. What I usually try to break it down. At that point, when you create breakups, it is a bit different from creating primary flows because it's way harder to see in the silhouette. Now what you're creating is a breakup in the angle of your shapes and in their form, but you're hardly gonna see it in the silhouette. You know, you wanna keep that nice and clean silhouette that you're working a lot when you create the main flows. You know, we were looking at the silhouette to try to see how things were flowing, and it's the easiest tool to see things with. Now, when you create the breakups, even if we rotate our shape, sometimes it's really hard to see those small indication of those small plane changes that we can see. So you kind of need to trust the light, um, and maybe do a bit more back and forth between your render engine and what you're creating in ZBrush. But overall, let's go back to this form. Now we can see how much this is the shadow shape right here. This is how broken up it is. So I clearly know that there is a plane right here and probably a bump there. And then we have another flat plane and then it's going down again. And here the gradation is way smoother. It's probably almost flat. So if you go straight to breakups when you create it, sometimes it's really, really easy to get lost and you create too big of a shape here and too big of a shape here, and then you don't have this primary idea, this connection of, okay, this is one flow altogether. You just have a bunch of bumps everywhere, and not only you are getting confused in your sculpture, but when you look at the render, it just looks confused as a model. I think we're good for the breakups. Let's take a sip of water and then we're gonna go in the detailing aspect. All right, so detailing, I think we can split detailing in two different parts. So sometimes when we talk about the detailing, we're talking about the little surface detail that we see on the surface. The little skin pores, the little cracks in the skin, the little skin folds, things like that. And sometimes what we're talking about is the last step of our sculpting where we put fine details like veins, like moles, like things that you don't sculpt in when you're creating your main flows, when you're doing the breakups, but you want to add them at some point. So uh, veins definitely go in that category. So first, let's talk about the surface detail. So surface detail is, we need to say that it is overrated. A lot of people talk about detailing that like it's the only thing that matters in your sculpture, and it is the top of our pyramid, so it needs to be there, otherwise it's not a complete pyramid. It's gonna look like it's missing something, but at the same time, it's not your base. Like if you don't have the base, the whole thing crumbles. But if you have like a the top is not that good looking, you're still gonna have something that's solid. So it's important to know that personally, I don't put much of my effort into this, and you've probably you might have noticed that in my personal work, I don't spend a lot of energy on the detailing. So let's we could look at it. Let's say we take one of the models I made. Um, from far away, it looks pretty nice, and when you look at it from close, it looks like I put so much effort in those details. It's like, oh, did he use some scans, or like what did he do to do this? And in the end, it's like this is like three surface details that I slapped on top of my model, and it works. Like it's not fantastic. I don't think it's realistic in terms of skin quality, but it gives the breakup in our highlights that I wanted. Our highlights are not a perfect line anymore. I have enough information to break it up, and so I think it's doing the trick. The part that really helps this render, in my opinion, is the little lines that I added. So I have the surface detail that break up the form, that have like this fine surface detail. And then on top of that, I added a couple of lines to just make sense of that detail, to make it really specific to certain areas. Oh, the leg bends a lot over here, so you're gonna have some leftover cracks from years of leg bending. And I think that's what really brings the realism in this piece. Um, so I'll show you after how I make those surface detail if you wanna know, but in 90% of the cases for a body, you don't really need anything that is really really complex to make it look nice. Again, what matters is what you create before, your hierarchy of form, your breakups, your is does the shape make sense? Does it have the proper smoothness? Are you implying that this is a bone? How are you doing it? Is it effective? Do I feel like this is a muscle? Like this is the important aspect. The surface detail is not as important, but I still want to spend time to talk about it, because I think when you start to look at certain creatures or certain aspects, certain like a rock or something, detailing becomes really really important. If we're taking this turtle, there is so much detail that is needed to make this model work, that I think it's still worth it to talk about detailing in depth, even if in most cases I think you can, in terms of humans, you can get away with a setup that is really really simple. Um, so that was said. Now let's look at some examples, and maybe let's break down certain aspects of detailing, and how we can create them. So I brought some animals, some creatures, just because I think we just have more information in those, so it's going to be more interesting to look at than humans. So let's say we take the this face, we can see that surface detail is not just always has a direction. We can see that, let's say this cheek, we can see that it's like the strips are like going up, and then on the temple it's like following the big creases, and always has like a direction. It's never just like an automatic surface detail that is pasted on top. um and this is I think this is also true for an arm or something. It's just sometimes we can really simplify it. So let's say I was doing something like this, I would still start by putting something like a simple surface detail that is pretty automatic. You know, we can see that is there is like really fine breakups on the lips. So I would start with something over the whole thing that is almost automatic. And then I would start to bring in some alphas to get more directionality in the face to break it up. And then I would probably go back and start sculpting these areas by hand. You know, those wrinkles, you need to do it by hand and get that detailing yourself to get those fine overlaps, to get this fine idea. And then when you design those aspects, I think this is where it's easier to go back to detailing and make, let's say, those skin wrinkles. You want them to follow your your main shapes. So you need to have an idea of what is the directionality of it, and then I would do I would go back and sculpt again to get those bigger creases in the fine creases. So I I always kind of do a back and forth between big shapes, small shapes, how they interact with each other, and it's important to realize that they're not separate from each other. If in let's say we take another example, let's say on this rhino, if we can kind of notice that the cracks on his face happen more often where there is like shallow areas in the primary forms. So when your primary form has a shallow, not a shallow, like a deep spot, let's say over here we have way more small creases in our detailing. So that's why it's important that if we create small creases, we don't just add them everywhere. We we create them so they make sense with the primary forms. So over here, if there is a deep area, we have more cracks. So maybe I would add an alpha, or I would add them myself by hand, and then I would probably mask out everything that is um, the outer edge of those shape so that they don't have any cracks. And then you really get something organic when you can see that the areas that bend are the areas that get cracks, and the areas that don't bend are really smooth. So we can see the mouth, like the mouth probably emotes quite a lot when he eats and stuff like that. So we have a lot of cracks around his mouth. So this is areas that get really interesting. It's we're not just adding something everywhere that is constant. We're adding a certain level of detail in areas that matter. So where we create the big creases, there we have more information in small creases. And so this is we're trying to put rules when we add details. You know, we're you you're trying to create a certain quality in the material that you create. So if the detailing can really make you feel what the surface is made of. So here we feel like the thing is pretty fleshy because we have those deep cracks that make that where you feel the overlap and the connection of the skin. And then when you go to something like how do you call that? Like a horn? It's not a horn. I don't know how to call that, but you feel like the material is really hard because it's really, really, really smooth until you have a huge breakup in your shape that is really, really noisy and broken up. And so this detail is enhancing the feeling of the form. And it's not because you need detail everywhere to have something realistic. It's just the detailing is there to tell you what this form is made of and how you can feel it. So in something like a human, everything is skin, so it's pretty simple. You can this the skin doesn't change that much. If you really need to go in depth, yeah, the skin is different on the finger because it's thinner than on your belly, so that the surface quality is going to be different. But as soon as you look at it from pretty far away, I don't see the surface detail on this photo, so it doesn't matter as much. But on anything that is a creature, I think it's a defining feature that is gonna help you to notice what is it made of and how solid it is, what is the feeling when I touch it. And so sometimes I actually push my detailing in that sense to make sure to push even further the feeling of the form. So let's say we take this ape for example, we can see that the forehead is really, really noisy, and the nose, for example, almost has nothing as a detail. Now, in my opinion, this probably means that this form deforms less than the forehead, and we can see how this forehead deforms based on the angle of the wrinkles. So if if the forehead, if the skin goes in that direction, it's and compresses in that direction, we're gonna start to see wrinkles that are perpendicular to that line of compression. So this is what we're seeing all around, the when you're raising your eyebrows, everything is compressing up or stretching down if your eyebrows are going down, so you're gonna get a lot of creases that are perpendicular to that direction. And so you're by doing the detailing, you're bringing information about how your shape is deforming. And so usually I would try to have a sense of direction when I'm creating a creature or even a human. You try to think a bit about what is the material that I'm trying to create, that I'm trying to explain with my forms, and what is it used for, like this area. And sometimes it really doesn't need to be complicated. For example, in this one, it was just the leg is bending, so it's gonna need to have little creases, and it's it's really simple to create. This was a simple dem standard. It probably took me 5 minutes, but when you see the end result, it starts to look more real because it makes sense in the real world. So I think that's the two big topics that I wanted to bring forth with detailing. Um, I think it's important also that detailing is not about adding detail. Sometimes not having detail is what you want. So here you have little creases, and in certain areas you have almost nothing. So it's all about that balance and that design of where do I put the detail, where do I avoid detail. And it's also important, I think, to say that there's no right or wrong way to do detailing. I brought those two hands because they're both hands of, I think, a female person of a certain age. And if you look at the skin quality, they're completely different. So in this one, we have big creases where we see strong pores that are going inwards. And so maybe I can just point them out. So we have, you can see, like, for me, the skin quality is really about those pores and those bumps that are connecting them. So we have bump, pore, bump, pore, bump, pore. And so we have a surface quality that is really, really bumpy and noisy. And when we look at our other one, the surface quality is almost like a paper where it's really, really, really thin, really, really soft. So we, like, I don't see any pore on this. I mean, the image is of a really low quality, but the only thing I see is super soft and then skin overlap, and softness, skin overlap, softness, skin overlap. So I see a lot of skin overlap, but the softness is completely different between the two. Um, so don't be afraid to experiment and try to get your own skin quality with what you think is gonna look good. Because I'm never gonna say, oh, this is the only right way to do it, and you failed your skin pores because you didn't use a scan from XYZ or something like this. So this was for surface detail when we're talking about detailing, and then what I kind of want to call them breakups, but they're not. It's gonna get really complicated if I call them breakups. So when I talk about veins and moles and things like that, they're they're things that break up your forms, and sometimes I don't know if I can find a proper example of veins. Like, veins are actually forms that are pretty thick. It's it's not really a detail like the surface detail that is really thin and you don't see it from far away. Like this vein right here is really apparent. This is a large form, and if we saw it in the silhouette, it would you would have a pretty big deformation on the side of your form. So it's a bit hard to consider it a detail, but it's just so much simpler when you're sculpting to create the veins at the end of your sculpture, and even to create it as a layer so you're able to remove it and add more. So I still consider it a detail, but it's don't don't take that aspect as, oh, it means that the form is small. Like, the form is still large, but it's just part of the last step that I laid out in this tutorial. So for for veins, it's not about putting some everywhere. It's really about having specific areas that you choose on your model that are gonna make you say, oh yeah, okay, this is something real and realistic. So if you treat the skin as everywhere is the same, it's gonna be hard for someone to believe that it's realistic. But when you put little points that are so specific, it's gonna start looking realistic. And so usually my hack for this is putting moles. I feel like moles give a sense of realism in your shape. So let's say I have this arm, I have my little surface detail that is breaking up the form, the highlights, and then I have veins on top of that on the arm, and on top of that I have larger breakups like the like moles, like I have one here and one here. Like I kind of have two in the whole model, I think. But they bring a lot of attention to them, and they make you think, "Oh, okay, yeah, this is realistic." It's like a little point that I think really helps. So sometimes when you can add specificity to your sculpture, I think it helps to bring the realism to another level. Or maybe not realism, but believability. It makes you say, like, this horn would still be realistic if it didn't have this hole into it. But now that you have the hole, it's like so specific, and it, it's not generic anymore as a horn, so you believe in this this whole form. Um, So I think for detailing and secondary flows, I think we're gonna stop here for now. Now I already recorded myself doing the breakups on this arm, so I'm gonna play that, and then it should be a chapter in the YouTube video. So if you want to look at it with twice the speed, you can go for it. And then after I'm gonna take some steps in that video and explain why I did certain things and how I used layers, for example. I'm gonna do a little demo in Zbrush to explain things further. But I think for the concepts, I think we're good for now, and I think we're ready to go in Zbrush and get our hands dirty. So I'll let it play, and I'll see you again after it plays. I think the recording is like an hour and something, so you can skip it or you can watch it. It's up to you, but I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you later. Alright, welcome back, people. We're gonna go into ZBrush and I'll show you exactly how I create my breakup and what goes in my mind when I do. If you didn't take a break by now, it might be a good idea to do so. For the others, let's go right into it. So, this is a render that I did comparing the main flows and the breakups. Now, from far away, it's you it looks like the same arm, like not that much change. The difference is less drastic than between the blocking and the main flows, and as we go through the course you're going to see it's always going to be a smaller and smaller difference, but there's definitely a gap in the realism, and at first it's a bit hard to know why exactly, but the whole point was to create more value massing and so more differences in the value shape. I think this area is pretty easy to see how big of a difference there is. Um, there's definitely a way that you can do too much of this, too much breakup where it doesn't work anymore. We might be close to doing too much, so we're gonna see when we add the detail if it's too much or not enough, how we need to change the breakups. But I think for now it does add quite a bit of realism. So let's go in ZBrush and try to see some of the things that I did to create my breakups. So you might have noticed at first I took the standard brush with the alpha from Damn Standard, and I actually redefined some of my shapes. So by having a really low intensity on the standard brush with the Damn Standard alpha, you get this, you don't really get a crease, you more get like you start to just define your shapes, and so you can take certain part of your shapes and just enhance it a bit. So we added all that information in the main flows, we added all the form, but now we can just take the time and really make some part more intense, make some part less intense, and then when we add the breakup to this, everything just comes all together and it looks nice. So that was one of the first steps that I did, and then I started breaking up my shapes one by one. For me to explain breakups, I think we need to go back and explain how artifacts are created in ZBrush. Because this is really like the way I work to create breakups is abusing the system of the artifacts in a way that works for me. So let me explain to you artifacts and then I'll show you what I mean by abusing the system. So it might have happened to you before that you've been sculpting a certain form in ZBrush and then you smoothed it, but then when you went back up, the it suddenly reappeared, and then you smoothed it, and it still reappeared at a upper subdivision level, and it appeared again, and you were like, wait, like, what is happening? How can this is so messy? What is the software? So basically, how ZBrush works is that when you create the information on a certain subdivision level, you it's almost as if it's a separate model. And when you change the subdivision level, it bakes that information in the subdiv level. So if I take the subdiv 4 and I change the subdivision level up, it's gonna apply the divide smoothing algorithm to it. So you're gonna see the edges that I have right now. When I go one subdiv level higher, they get smoother. That's because it's as if I press divide. And if I change it again one step higher, it's going to smooth it again once more. Now, let's say we go back to subdiv 4. I control Z there, so this was the initial thing. I didn't bake it 2 times in the subdiv level. If instead of going up, I go down, it's just gonna showcase what this information looks like one subdiv level lower. But what it also does, if I go back up, is that it bakes it on every single subdiv level higher. So it's gonna it's gonna take the information and smooth it to subdiv 5 and smooth it to subdiv 6. So if we go back, you can see this is what we sculpted, and then we went down one subdiv and we went back up one subdiv. So we went to 3 and then back to 4, and then this is the result we obtained. So there is a difference of smoothness between the two. Like I said before, what is happening is that Zbrush is dividing it and applying the smoothing algorithm to it. So what creates an issue is that as we're sculpting, really often, or at least me, I sculpt and then I go up a subdiv, and then I sculpt more, and then I go back down, then I go back up, and I go back down, and I go back up, and at some point you're left with a bunch of little bumps that have been baked up and down the subdiv levels. And so the really simple way to avoid this is by creating your forms at the lowest subdivision level that you can. So if I go back, if I was trying to create this shape right here, this one, then instead of doing it at subdiv 4, I would probably create it at subdiv 1. This way, when I apply the subdivision level and I bake that information, it's going to smooth properly and I'm never going to be bothered by artifacts. So if I want something sharp over here, maybe I'm going to need subdiv 2 to make it sharp. And then once I go higher, it's going to get smooth and nice. If instead I would have done it at subdiv 5, then I'm going to be stuck with the little artifacts. If the other way to avoid this is that if I'm creating this form right here at subdiv 4 and I don't want certain things to be baked at higher subdivision levels, I need to remove them before changing subdiv levels. So I would need to smooth that information and then apply the subdivision levels. So it sounds really complicated, but it's try it yourself on a plane, and I think it's gonna start to make sense pretty fast that it's when you switch subdivision levels that it applies the divide system. So you just need to be careful what form you created before you applied the subdivision levels. Now, why do I say that you can abuse the artifact system? Is that you can actually create certain shapes that are messy, let's say something like this, and since I know that it's going to get subdivided to subdivision level 3, 4, 5, and 6, I know that in the end, what I created in subdiv 2 is actually going to be smoother at the end once I change my subdiv level. So I can create something that is kind of messy. So let's say something like something like this, right? And then once I smooth, I'm gonna obtain a result that is different, that is a bit smoother. So I can make my breakup this way make to use low subdiv levels, bake it at a higher subdiv level, even add more breakups if I want, use the gem standard, whatever, and then keep using the smoothing algorithm to my advantage. Now, the information that you bake and that it divides, it only does it one time. Like if you constantly switch between low and high, it's not going to change anything. It only does it once, where I put a mark down, I switch to subdivision level 5, it smooths it, subdivision level 6, it smooths it, and then it's over. Like you baked that brush stroke in forever. So it it might be really abstract, but it's an important component to understand when you use subdivision levels. Maybe an even easier way to see it is with the morph target. So if we go back to that subdiv level 4 and store a morph target, let's say I put the information in and I make it completely disappear, then when I go to subdivision level 6, nothing happens, right? But if instead I go one subdivision level down, one subdivision level up, and then I make it completely disappear, you're gonna see that now I have the artifacts baked in. I don't know if you can see this on your screen. So basically my technique when I sculpt is I try to make my form, my first flows, my main forms, and then I use a certain alpha that is going to create the breakup for me. So instead of having to sculpt like every single shape breakup, I can use this alpha that gives me a certain breakup in my form and just give it exactly the intensity that I want. And then when I smooth, this is a broken up form that is really organic, that I didn't have to work intensively. If I tried to recreate something like this at a high subdivision level, it would be really difficult. But since I'm sculpting at a low resolution, I can create really small breakups in my shape like this. That once smooth it starts to look really fleshy and really nice. Um, I since I started sculpting, I always use the square alpha, but honestly, you could try a couple. I'm sure there's a bunch of different ones that could be really nice. You can play with I always use the basic focal shift, but I'm sure there's a bunch of different focal shifts that could create interesting breakups in your shape and give something nice. Since I'm using the square alpha with a low focal shift, it's so intense that I need to sculpt at a really low resolution. Some people just like to work at a higher resolution when they sculpt, so maybe you should find a different alpha or a different focal shift when you're working if you wanna have a different type of breakup. Honestly, I would take a cylinder and try a few things, or take one of your models and try a few things. If I need to sculpt at a high subdiv level, I like to use the no alpha and with the basic focal shift and just sculpt with this. I find that it it does create an interesting. I'm not I'm not even sure how to describe this really, but I do find that there is something that feels really, really fleshy to this brush that one smooth it, it's also pretty nice, but it doesn't matter. Like you can do anything you want with any brush. You just need to get used to one and uh, just get used to it and make it work for yourself. So another thing that I could show you that I use multiple times in the recording is using that sharpness of my brush based on the subdivision level. So if we, let's say we go at the highest subdiv level, which is subdiv level 6, and I used the dam standard. Oops. I get something like this. If I use it at subdiv level 2, it's gonna look like I created the same thing at subdiv 2, but when I go up, I have a different sharpness in the crease. So maybe the brush is a bit too intense for us to see. Maybe I can lower the intensity. Let's say do this stroke, then go down this stroke. Now you can see pretty clearly that one is really, really smooth and almost blurry, and the other one is really sharp. So if you always do all of your strokes at the highest subdivision level that you have, some of your strokes might be way too sharp. And so usually I try to choose which subdiv level is the best to create my form. So this subdiv level 2, subdiv level 3 is going to be something like this, subdiv level 4 is going to be something like this, and subdiv 5 is going to be something like this. So you can see there's like a gradient of how blurry my alpha is, and this is entirely based on the subdiv level that I chose. And I didn't need to change the alpha or the intensity. You can get largely different result just from which subdiv level that you chose. So when I sculpt, I do this with all my brushes that depending on the breakup that I want to create, I have a different subdiv level. So if I want to create something that is really, really sharp, I might have a really high subdiv level to create that line. But if I want something pretty blurry, then I can go with a low subdiv level and then get something that is way smoother. So I think that's most of the things that I wanted to talk about for breakups. Another aspect, you've seen me at the end, I started playing with layers. Now layers is another thing that I use quite a lot when I get to detailing. I think I'm gonna let the detailing part play out, and then I'm gonna show you guys how I used the morph target and how I used layers. So I'm gonna let the second part of the recording play. Again, right after I'm gonna explain how I did it, and I think that's it. All right, so I'll let it play, and I'll see you guys later. Alright, so we just finished the first part of the detailing. At this point, we got some first surface detail in. This was the previous version with the breakups, and now with the surface detail. For now, it feels pretty generic because everything is at the same level. We're missing this hierarchy of form in our surface detail. Everything kind of feels like it's on the same level. But I think from this step, the important part was to get the information in, and then we're going to be able to drag some of this information outwards to level out everything. And we're still missing information like the veins and little specific details that are gonna make it much more natural. Overall, I still feel like we got some nice breakup in the highlights. So the surface quality is starting to come out. We're starting to feel the skin with this surface quality. Um, but in the next video, I'll try to get the veins in and the specific details. But before we get there, I think it's worth it to show how I use layers and morph targets and surface noises. You've seen it in the video, but I think I'm gonna take a couple of minutes to put some words on my process. To do this, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a part of the skin like this area, and I'm gonna try to replicate it on a little plane that I have in ZBrush. Sometimes I try to do this before I start doing specific details to just have kind of a recipe that I can start with, and then I just apply it on the model to modify it. But sometimes you kind of need to find a way, okay, what tools am I going to use, what alphas am I going to use? So sometimes I try that on a plane. So let's try doing it with this area. So like you've seen in the video, usually I like to start with by layering a couple of surface details. If you take a surface detail and you apply it on the whole model, sometimes it can look really flat and just generic. So by having a couple of different surface detail, you're gonna start to get that complexity in. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use this curve to change the result that we're getting, and I'm going to apply it to our mesh. So for now we're getting a little result like this, and then like we said, I'm gonna add a second one. Oops, I'm gonna name it 02. For this one, we're gonna try to go a bit larger, a bit bigger. Maybe something like this. Gonna apply it to the mesh again. Oh, okay. So now what you're seeing is we're getting some artifacts from our noise that is pretty surprising. If you look, it might be a bit hard to see, but if you look, there's a mesh that is interpenetrating each other. It's a bit hard to understand what's happening. So to understand what's happening, we need to maybe take a step back and explain how layers and surface noises understand the how ZBrush calculates surface noises. So let's say you have a mesh and you apply a surface noise, the information is going to go up and down. So with your bumps, you're going to get something like this, right? Now, if you apply a surface noise again, it's gonna apply it to the surface, but it's gonna calculate it based on the direction of your normal. So the next time that you apply the surface noise, you're gonna get bumps on top of your bumps. So in this case, what happened is that we had our basic bump, and then we applied a noise on top of this bump, and so we started to get some sort of interpenetration here because this one pushed inwards and this one pushed inwards up to a point where they both collided with each other. So sometimes I actually use this to my advantage, where I'm gonna apply a noise 2 times on top of each other to get kind of this effect of colliding. But in this case, it's completely broken. So what I can do is, instead of applying it to the mesh here, I can apply it with this layer off. So now if I take my second surface noise and I apply it to the mesh, we're going to get this result. And if I apply the first surface noise on top, then I don't get those artifacts. So layers actually aren't calculated based on the normal of the surface. They're calculated based on your world space. So let's say we take our example again. If we take a surface noise, if we take our plane and we apply a surface noise and we have, let's say, a bump like this, if we rotate our plane, the layer is still going to calculate that the wave is going up and down. It's not going to calculate it with the angle of your mesh. We can actually do this test ourselves right now. So if we take our plane and we duplicate it, we can let's apply a noise that is pretty intense. Let's apply this, apply the mesh, noise, apply the mesh. Okay. So now let's say we take our noise like this, and then we apply another layer where we're gonna rotate our plane. So let's take, oh, wait, I'm so confused. Oh, I didn't apply it with a layer, my bad. Wait, what's happening? Surface noise. Okay, I'm just gonna make a new plane, I'm sorry. So if we delete this, take our plane, apply a layer, put a surface noise on top, make it really intense. Something like this. This is way too intense. Oops. Oh, okay, my plane is not subdivided. Delete this, subdivide it, put a layer, put a surface detail. Alright, so now we have some details in. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide the layer. And I'm going to make another layer where I rotate the plane 90 degrees. So now you can see we have our surface noise, but if we apply the surface noise with our rotated geometry, the geometry is not going to go outwards anymore. It's still going to go up and down. So it's exactly what's happening here. It's not calculating it based on the normal of our mesh, it's calculating it based on world space. So this is important if you're rotating an arm or changing a pose and you had some details in a layers, they're going to explode. So you would need to create, you would need to make that deformation with your layers activated. So all of this to say, to come back to this, that we can simply remove, hide surface, hide a layer, apply the surface detail, and then add the other one on top to get what we were looking for. Now I'm gonna make a third one with something a bit larger, a larger scaled noise. And then what I'm gonna do here that I like is that you can apply a noise to any subdivision level. So right now I was at subdivision level 6 at 1 million polys, but I can actually apply it to 66,000 polys if I wanted, or even 16,000. So if I apply it to something that is lower poly, we're gonna obtain a result that is a bit more blurry. So let's take our noise, apply it a mesh, and so now when we go up the subdivision level, we're avoiding to have always this really, really sharp detail that is getting added on top of each other. So I'm just gonna play with the intensity of my layer here a bit to get what I want. Now we're always getting this line in the middle. And I think that the simple reason is because this surface detail was based in 3D and not in UV, so I'm just going to change that really quickly. Reapply it. Apply to mesh. And now apply to mesh. And then I'm going to play with the intensity again to Alright, so this is our base surface detail. It doesn't look like much for now. But now I think what we're missing is those linear lines that we can see in the reference. So for this, I'm going to use some alphas. Now, in the video, I didn't complicate my life. I just took the basic alphas that I found in the Zbrush lightbox. So let's take one and let's just drag it out. To see something, I'm gonna hide the other layers again and apply it. The result that we're getting right now with the alpha is pretty open. And if we look at the result that we're getting right now, oops, I'm gonna click on this. Our creases are very much opened. So sometimes this is true in certain areas, but overall, very often, oops, you're gonna get areas like this where your your crease is very much like a little M, so you have a very large flat area, and then your volume is colliding with each other. And this little area is going to create a lot of ambient occlusion when you render it, and this is where you're going to get these dark lines. If all your detail is very opened, you're not going to have these dark lines in the render. It's more going to be about the shadow that is going to be created on either of those planes. So to get those dark lines that we see over here, we don't really have a choice to create low volumes that have this space of ambient occlusion. To create this, I'm gonna use the mask by cavity, and I'm going to inflate those volumes so that they collide with each other. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another layer that I'm gonna call inflate, and I'm gonna go in masking section, mask by cavity, and you can play with the settings. I find that the base settings work really well when you play with subdivision levels. So if we mask by cavity at 1000, we get really small masks that I'm not too much a fan of. So sometimes what I do, I just lower my subdiv level. I mask by cavity at a lower subdiv, and now we're getting some of the bigger cavities instead. I can even make the mask smaller, and maybe let's try to see if we can sharpen it to get the big creases. So now I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna try to inflate it to see. I'm gonna blur it again a bit. We're gonna see with this if once we inflate it, if we get the result we want. Now you see when we start to inflate, our cavities are getting closer and closer to each other, and this is the result that we want. When we're gonna be far away from it, those lines are really gonna stand out much more than before. So let's bring back our previous detail to see how it's working all together. Maybe the mid frequency is a bit too strong, and our low frequencies, that's fine for me. Now what I would like to do is that the top parts feel way less complex than what we have right now. I feel like right now we have bumps everywhere, so I'm gonna try to make another layer, call it smooth, and I'm gonna try to reduce the intensity of all those layers. We can try to do it with a morph target. Maybe it's gonna work. So let's imagine that we have we're gonna keep the big layer in, and this layer is basically not doing anything. So let's store a morph target at this point. So this is gonna be a stored version of our smooth mesh, and now we're gonna add back all of our detail. And what I'm gonna do now is in our smooth layer, I'm gonna go back to the mask by cavity, and I'm gonna mask our cavities. If I go back up, maybe I can select the area that I want, something pretty blurry, and I'm gonna go down and morph back to get a smoother result. So you see we're getting something that is a bit more flat, a bit less bulgy. So we start with something like this, and now we have something that is way more flat. Now I think at this point we're still missing the dots that we can see in the the reference. Now these dots, I feel like they only happen in our creases. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create another layer once again, and I'm gonna call it pores maybe. And on this pore, I'm gonna use another surface noise. Maybe for this one, we could use the Perlin noise. And again, to see what we're doing, I'm gonna hide all of the layers. Oh my, I probably applied a layer by mistake. Okay, not too bad. Let's go into surface noise. Oh no, okay, this is my perla noise. So we're gonna bring down the plugin scale and let's try to isolate some sort of holes. Maybe something like this. Now, what I'm gonna do with this noise is instead of applying it directly, I'm gonna mask by noise. And I'm gonna use this, I'm gonna blur it a bit. I'm gonna use this noise to modify my mesh. So now I have my mask. I'm gonna hide the view of the mask and I'm gonna inflate negatively to get my holes. Sometimes I prefer to use this to have more control of where do I want certain part of the noise. So now we have some holes, and then if we apply all the layers again, we have our holes happening everywhere. Now, honestly, I feel like there's not enough, so I'm gonna go back and add some more masking, surface noise, masking, view mask. I'm gonna modify it, get my holes, and then maybe reduce the scale. Right, mask by noise, blur it a bit. Let's do the same thing, hide our mask and inflate negatively. Alright, so now we have a lot of holes. If we put the noise all together, we're gonna get some holes everywhere, so I'm gonna do the same process as before. I'm going to store a morph target and I'm going to mask only the creases. So I'm going to go down in the subdiv level, mask by cavity. I probably, let's see if we can isolate just the big ones. Sharpen mask. Mask by cavity. We're gonna go up, sharpen the mask. Yeah, now we have the main cracks of our pores, so I'm gonna use this to morph back those areas so that they don't have any pores. Now, what we're gonna have is that those pores together are only gonna happen in the cracks. So at this point, I would start playing with all my surface detail to get exactly the result that I want. This is, I think it's worth it to remember that in Zbrush, it's really hard to see how our surface noise is gonna react, how it's gonna look in the end once we render it. So it's worth putting everything on a layer and putting it in Maya or whatever you're rendering in and then seeing how the result is reacting and then modifying it with the layers. If at some point I have too much layers and I want to bake everything, I'm just gonna store a morph target, delete everything, and just create a new layer and morph it back. So now everything is in one layer and it's simple to use. So now I have something pretty automatic that I could put on the whole mesh, and then build up on I would start building the veins on a new layer or something to break up everything. I think I showed most of the tools that I wanted to show. Maybe maybe I can show another use case of the morph target. Very often I I like to use the morph target to hide the noise on certain places. So let's say I'm gonna store a morph target of the smooth version of the mesh, and then I'm gonna make a new layer, call it smooth, and with the morph target, I can use this to remove the noise on certain part of the mesh. So let's say on top of a vein, I don't want as much noise, so I can use that to remove part of the noise. Very often, areas like bones are gonna be a bit smoother because the skin is tense, so I can kind of fake it by removing parts of the noise with a layer like this. So this was a quick overview of the tools I use to make surface details. At this point, it's time to go back in ZBrush and start adding those veins, start breaking up the surface even more with some really specific details, because for now, we're still at this stage where it's pretty generic. So I'll leave you guys to this recording of me putting in the veins and the specific details, and I'll see you after. Alright, this sculpting video brings our project to an end. So this is the render with this mesh, and this was with the surface detail before, so we definitely enhanced certain areas and added the veins and other specific details that I think bring it all together. At that point, I still felt like certain areas, like over here, felt um, very linear and constant. So after that, I played a bit with the layers with the intensity to remove those and get a bit of a smoother result. I also added a tileable color to add more breakups. And finally, what I did is I cropped the image to remove the hands and the neck. So this is the final result with the back view and the front view. If I had to critique something, I think overall we worked a bit too much on the front view, and so the front view and the back view look very different. It almost doesn't look like the same form language. But sadly, I think the back view actually works way better. It looks more realistic in my opinion. And if we look at our ZBrush renders, I think we can see it pretty clearly over here how readable the flows are from the back view and how messy they are in the front view. It's really hard to understand what are their direction, what is the start, what is the end, where is it going. And so I think we have an issue of overworking a certain area. In this case, it was the front view, and the back view was just slightly more efficient, in my opinion. And so this is what I take away from this project. But overall, I'm still really happy with the result. Overall, the goal was to talk a bit about different sculpting concepts and how we can use them to create a project. And I hope it was useful for you guys. And if you took something away, I hope that it takes a lot of time to create a project and it motivates you to put in the time and reflect about what you're creating, analyze references. Honestly, this is my favorite part of any project is really diving in references, analyzing, critiquing my own work and seeing where I can improve things. So that I don't know how to end this honestly, but this I really hope you guys found it useful. I'm probably not gonna create much more content on this YouTube channel. I don't There's an infinite amount of things we could talk about when in terms of sculpting, but for now I'm gonna keep it to this and we'll maybe at some point it would be fun to create some sort of online course. So maybe in the next year or something, we're gonna see about that. But until then, I wish you good luck in your next projects and keep sculpting and have fun. All right, bye bye.